All right, it is 4 o'clock. I'm going to call us to order the January 21st Committee of the Whole. All right, our first item on our agenda is public comment. Let me find my little note here. Yes, thank you so much, Council.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, please roll call first, please.
Thank you, Council. Roll call, please.
Commissioner DeLue,
Here.
Commissioner Gissler,
Here.
Commissioner Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you very much, Clerk and Council. I did hear from Commissioner Ray, who's unable to join us, stranded in travel out of the state right now. She's doing good. Yeah. Yes, and doing great. Yes, yes. All right, I'll move us forward now into item number 2 is public comment. So we'll be entering public comment. Session is intended for public only. Public comment is a time for commissioners to hear from the public. During this time, anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please add yourself to the queue. Raise your hand by dialing 9 on your phone. Once selected, please unmute yourself by dialing *6 and state your name. If you come to the podium, please tell us what part of the community you reside in. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. A timer will sound when your time is up, and this is a time to provide input in a professional and a respectful manner. Thank you. Any members wishing to step forward for comment? Welcome, please come forward.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Jane Ghosh with Discover Kalamazoo, and I'm coming with 3 timely announcements. The first is that this Saturday in downtown Kalamazoo is Chili Cook-Off. So as I understand it, there are at least 30 participants this year in Chili Cook-Off. So I encourage everyone and people listening to come in and appreciate and discover some delicious chili here in Kalamazoo. The second is that Tuesday, January 28th is National Kazoo Day. And in honor of National Kazoo Day, first, I have kazoos for everyone. So if you wouldn't mind taking one and passing it around. And if anyone does not know how to play the kazoo, you hum into it. You do not blow. You hum into the kazoo, and that is how you play the kazoo. Very simple instrument. In honor of National Kazoo Day, we will be giving away kazoos at our visitor centers, and anyone who comes to a visitor center and picks up a kazoo will be entered into, because kazoo is music, is the simplest form of music, will be entered into a drawing, and our partners have contributed, including Miller Auditorium has contributed 2 tickets to Yo-Yo Ma, and the Gilmore Piano Festival has also contributed tickets. So we've entered into a drawing to win music-themed giveaways. And then lastly is this not this weekend, but the weekend after, we are hosting the Midwest sectionals of synchronized skating. So the U.S. figure skating, it's a U.S. figure skating sanctioned event. More than 2,000 synchronized skaters are coming to our community from more than 15 states to compete at Wings Event Center. The competition starts on Friday afternoon, the 31st of January, and goes through the weekend. And it should be, if none of you have ever been to a synchronized skating competition, I strongly encourage you to go. And if you need, if you'd like tickets, you can get in touch with me and we will figure something out. So with that, thank you very much. Exciting. It's an exciting week for Kalamazoo.
Great. Thank you for those updates, Jane. Appreciate it. Any other members of the public? And we have anyone online?
Yes, Chair, I do have someone online.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Joanne O'Rourke. I'm the Texas Township Supervisor, and I just wanted to tune in to say thank you for your partnership with the tornado recovery. I'd like to especially thank Kevin for the great communication that we've had, and just the ongoing support. So we appreciate it greatly and look forward to finding good uses for this additional 200,000 that came to Texas Township through the state. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
course.
that.
Yeah.
All right, seeing no others in the queue. All right, we will move forward past public comment. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Gissler, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I noticed when you set the whole thing up for citizen comments, you didn't say your name and address. You said you're part of the township or part of the community or whatever. Is that you were just being loosey-goosey, or we don't need addresses anymore?
Most people don't share their direct street address, and we can have further discussion if you think that's required.
No, I just noticed that the lead into it was
Yeah,
verbalized differently. Thanks.
sure. All right, let's go to item number 3, review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Director Post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. Okay. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $4,354,499.02 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $4,246,068.65. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,375,030.73 are presented for the January 15th elected and January 17th general payrolls. With that being said, welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Right. Seeing none, I know it was a little bit of a delay to post the claims, but I think we've received them and been reviewed. So thank you, Director Post. You can move to the monthly financial report.
Thank you. The unaudited monthly financial statement for December 24 has been shared with administration and received by the board. Just some comments with that. There was the payroll from January 17th from this past Friday that we just touched on with the claims. 20% of that is not reflected in this report yet, just due to the timing. That's just because 20%, 2 days of the 10 of the pay period belong for 2024. Also, just a few other comments that there's some revenue still pending to be reflected in the general ledger at this time that was notated throughout this report, primarily the marijuana tax and a few other payments from the state of Michigan. There's also the transfer from the delinquent revolving tax fund. That's going to be about $1.9 million. Of that 1.9 million, 1.5 is an annual transfer. The other 421,000 is a circumstance with the land bank. So that will be reimbursed from the DTRF to the general fund. But with that being said, because we're still early in the year-end process, I'll stop right there and welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, we never got it. The monthly financial report. I just talked to Dina and Civic right before the meeting, and she was able to email it to me to my Yahoo account. But we never, we never got the numbers, and the 20 or so minutes that I did have to look through it, it shows a $12.5 million deficit. I know that's unaudited, but.
Correct. So yeah, let me explain that. So there's some clarification with that. So correct. So this report right now shows a deficit of $12 million when we look at revenue and expenses. However, it's very important to understand as part of the budget process, when the golden ratio was implemented and there was earmarked expenditures along with the administrators recommended earmarks. I knew I was going to be asked about this, so I ran the numbers. That basically totals about 28 million of expenditures. And what we wanted to do, so when we look at the audit from 23, we can see basically there's over $50 million in the general fund, right? So with these transfers, what will end up happening is we had to budget previously generated funds or fund balance. So that's why it looks like there's a negative. But we sent out $28 million in transfers from the general fund to various funds such as capital, benefits. So that's why it looks like there's really 12 million. If we didn't do that this year, then there would be a surplus, obviously, in that amount. So it is still fairly early yet with the year-end process. So we're still capturing and bringing in 24 activity at this time.
So I guess I'll probably have more questions. I'll just email you privately if that's okay, because I really hadn't had a time to dive into that. But you're saying that, and I'm looking at the revenue side here and the amended, and that was the amended budget from the original 96 million to the 123, I believe it was, on the expenditure side and on the revenue side as well. So we're looking at 12.5 minus, we haven't collected. There's about 20% of a pay period, which would be a reduction. You've got the cannabis tax, which would be a 1.75 million. Then you've got additional stuff. So we're looking at probably of the 30, we're looking at about a $12 million, $11 million surplus without the one-time expenditures. Is that a rough ballpark kind of?
Ballpark figure, I think what you're going to see is a lot very similar to last year, if not a little bit more. So I think that's about in the ballpark with unaudited figures at this point. That's correct.
All right. Well, I'll have probably more questions for you via email as soon as I go through this. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Commissioner
I
Duluth.
don't know if this is the right time, under the revenues by function, under the judicial, I'm only asking because it's such a discrepancy, but you see the probate court achieved 225% of its budget, while the family court only collected 9.5%. Why is that so askew, I guess?
So some of the statements, or excuse me, some of the payments that we receive from the state court equity pertains to our judges. And so we've not recorded, not all of them yet, but I do think there were some inconsistencies with how the revenue was recorded and spread throughout the courts. For example, when we look at probate court, we can see that one has exceeded its budget by 290,000. I'm thinking there's probably a combination of both of those. One of them was not appropriately recorded. So that is something with the year-end audit process, when we go through and we look at variances, budget to actual, that would stand out right away. And in the process, we would work with circuit court to ensure the revenue is recorded appropriately. You're welcome.
Vice Chair.
Sorry, I think it's important to note with this budget and with the surplus of last year, we've got $8 million for a central parking garage that we're not going to be asking voters for a millage for. There's the sheriff tech project of 1.5, the employee benefits fund. There's lots of different things here that we're continuing, the remediation contribution, household hazardous waste. There's a lot of one-time things here. I would encourage commissioners to look through this in your spare time.
But thank you, Vice Chair. And so Director Post, as we're working to sort of deploy resources that we've had in reserve into action in the community, as we're working through that process, can you give me just a general picture of how you're feeling about the financial position at this point through the budget for the county?
Yeah, I think with the golden ratio policy and the earmarked expenditures, administrators recommended earmarks, what that does is it's positioned itself within those appropriate funds. So the money will be there when we close the books and have this audit complete by June 30th of 2025. So that really as well, it sets up the position for those future initiatives. But just as importantly, when we look at the general funds fund balance, that's going to be reduced, from 52 million to 24 because of this. Now, that does not account for the excess that Vice Chair Taylor just commented on, but it gets us in the direction to move forward with that. And when we look at, gap, the 2 months, 14%, 20%, what they recommend, I think that aligns more with what our policy is too, which is 20 to 25%. So I think all boxes are checked by these actions.
Thank you so much, Director Post. All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll move forward
Thank you.
to item number 5, which is our investment report. from Chief Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Welcome, Tyler. Excellent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. As of December 31st, the county's investment portfolio had a par value balance of $167,050,367.01 and a market value of $165,640,167.50. There is a mark-to-market variance between our par and market values of $1,410,199.51, which is a decrease of $279,992.48 from November. I would note that our mark-to-market variance only impacts our bottom line if we're to liquidate our portfolio, and our strategy is to hold assets until maturity to avoid any realized losses. For the month of December, our portfolio earned $624,914.15 on an average daily balance of $169,483,269.97. This is for an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.34%. And this rate of return is inclusive of all realized gains, losses on sales and maturities, as well as amortization of investment premiums and discounts. For 2024, inclusive of all of our amortization, realized gains and losses, is $7,236,851.16. Of the $7.23 million we've earned, $4,577,800.75 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. Including our mark-to-market adjustment of the $1.4 million I referenced earlier, our 2024 yearly earnings total $5,826,651.65. Of this, $3,209,462.49 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. In both real and mark-to-market adjusted earnings, we outperformed our non-pension related budgeted investment income by $3.64 million and $2.23 million respectively. Inflation over the last 12 months through December was 2.9%. This is up from 2.7% in November, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. But our 4.34% rate of return is higher than inflation. We experienced a 1.44% net gain in purchasing power during the month of December. December's inflation was spread across following categories. So food was up 2.5%, energy commodities or fuel down 3.9%, energy services for utilities up 3.3%, of which electricity went up 2.8%, gas went up 4.9%, shelters up 4.6%, transportation services up 7.3%, medical services up 3.4%, and other commodities, including vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, was down 0.5%. All of this said, we still did earn above the inflation numbers and experienced a real gain in purchasing power. And we ended up ignoring the mark-to-market adjustment because it's not actually realized. We earned $7.2 million, and none of that would have been possible without your continued support. So thank you for that. We appreciate the trust. I'd be happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
Vice Chair.
$7.2 million. 2 years ago, it was 1.4. Great work. The value that we're providing the citizens by just investing those dollars is immeasurable. Well, it is measurable. It's $7.2 million measurable, but it's great work by you and your team, and pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just again, some education for me. I know I have inquired on this before, but our short-term investments, the money market accounts, pooled funds that are being sort of reinvested on the short term, while they represent a significant portion of the portfolio, they are, according to the December report, realizing the lowest rate of return. So can you help me understand the impact? And I know these are sort of like guided funds that we're reinvesting frequently, but help me understand that discrepancy with the rest of the returns we're seeing across the portfolio, and that's 10% and 24% of the portfolio.
Of course. So there is value in locking up your money for a greater amount of time. At the end of the day, not having access to that, we need to see more returns over time. And the liquidity that we can get through our pooled funds, our money market funds, that allows us to do things like invest at the margin for our tax collections. So that way, whenever there's funds that need to be remitted to, for example, the state of Michigan for state education taxes, we won't receive a whole lot on that if we're collecting something and then we have to send it back out within the next 10 days, right? But we're getting something as opposed to nothing. Are more valuable investment options where we're locking something up for longer and longer amounts of time. We're pricing in getting more out of that as a result. But for things like the projects you all want to do, we do want to keep in mind that a lot of our portfolio is structured so that way when projects come up that can benefit the public, we need to be able to draw that without experiencing a big loss. Because we could at any given point say, oh, we need $50 million. And we could pull it from our pooled funds, from our managed portfolio, but we'll experience that 1.4 million loss. And if we're doing our jobs right and we're keeping it just out of pooled funds, we're not actually losing anything on our investments by using our pooled and our money market funds.
Is there a recommended percentage of the portfolio that remains in a liquid state, or is that just sort of a determination in your office about what that comfort level is with our liquidity, or how much we should more invest in longer term?
I don't have a baseline offhand. As a general rule of thumb, I would say we don't want to lock up, say, 33%, 50%, something like that, dependent on what kind of projects you all have. If there's something that says, oh, the board knows that we're going to be spending $100 million on, say, a new building or some big projects that we're doing, then we're going to keep more in a liquid form. But if we know that we're not looking to actively spend and we want to hold more on hand, we can invest longer and longer. I'd have to refer to the investment policy to see if there's defined, this is what we recommend doing for any of these particular ones. But nothing offhand that I'm aware of. Since this is the tax collection time, there is going to be more in a liquid format because we know it just has to go out the door by state law within, say, 2 weeks, whatever we happen to collect.
Okay, thank you for that. So it looks like about roughly just under 36% right now of the portfolio is sitting in a liquid position. So, all right, thank you so much. All right, any others? All right, thank you. Okay, we will go on now to item 6, our other items. And we'll begin first with the presentation, the opioid settlement fund task force recommendation with Deputy Administrator Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll wait for Dina to pull up the presentation. As she's pulling that up, I just want to say thank you all for allowing me to be here this evening. I'm representing the task force that you all formed. Dina, if you go to the next slide, I just want to highlight all the members of the task force who contributed over the last year. Majority of the meetings, every single one of these members were there. So they took this task very seriously. They were present, they showed up, they did the hard work, and they have put together this report, which I will now go over. Next slide, Dina. So just wanted to recap real quick, just the timeline of events. I felt like it was important, not just for y'all, but for the public who may be watching. We started to receive settlement funding in spring of 2023. Immediately, we enacted a needs assessment in the summer of 2023. The board created the task force in October. The needs assessment was made available to the board in December. January through December, I just kind of lumped in the full year, but in February is when the task force was actually fully seated and all of the members were participating. And then December is when they had their final wrap-up meeting, and final review of this report and getting that over to y'all. And then today I'm presenting it, and hopefully today we will be able to move forward with some next steps. So just a quick summary. I'm going to be quickly going through and reviewing the report. What I will need at the end of this report is direction from y'all on these 4 items. These 4 items are what I'm going to kind of spend highlighting the most on the questions, but just wanted to have that in mind as we are going through this. So direction needed from you on the annual budget that's being proposed, the request to invest the remaining funds that we have right now within the treasurer's office, the process that we want to have for the community grants budget, the funding categories, and of course, those administrative duties to oversee all of that. Next slide, Dina. So very quickly, y'all put forward 11 questions that you wanted the task force to answer. The report is a 13-page report. I know that y'all have had time to kind of read and digest that. We tried to summarize it as best as we could and keep it down. But I want to go through quickly those questions. So from the community needs assessment, what came out of that is looking at, the recommendation. They had 4 recommendations: create a resource guide or asset map, support one organization for addressing sudden recovery that will lead the communication across all organizations and programs and raise awareness about available resources, report outcomes of the settlement funded programs to the community, and provide support to first responders. So the response to those 4 things from the task force. For question number 1, creating a resource guide or asset map, the task force felt like the Health and Community Services Department, specifically that opioid health educator that y'all have funded, that they would maybe be able to lead this charge. The Planning and Development Department, their GIS staff, they have the capabilities to assess through the Esri software that we already have, which displays an interactive map of community resources displayed on the county's website. And so in that collaboration, they feel like they can move that forward on our website, utilizing tools that we already have access to. We also know that the state of Michigan is constantly updating and providing interactive maps as well. So we're trying to not duplicate the efforts, but really try to bring those efforts together. So that was one recommendation that the task force had, that they felt like they could ask the health educator to oversee and to do, and that's something that the health department as well was in support of. Number 2, that this may be achieved through the grant app. Oh, sorry, previous slide, Dina. Yep, I'm going to stay on this one for just a little bit. So recommendation number 2 is support one organization. So this is something that could be done through an RFP process. More is going to have to really be defined there. And the task force recommended that the Board of Commissioners or County Administration incorporate who should be the appropriate people to define what that RFP should look like. Specifically, what the task force wanted to ensure was that that this is addressing guiding families and disseminating communication. So this is a very important step, but there may be some additional steps that need to be taken to get there. And just kind of as the natural evolution of where we are with this funding and with what the state of Michigan's doing, we may be able to kind of progress this in many different ways here. The third one is to report the outcomes. This is where, and you'll see where I talk a little bit later on, is the administrative duties. So the task force, as well as the community that we've heard, and I know from the Board of Commissioners as well, is ensuring that those dollars are being spent and allocated in ways that are intended. We have to do those for the settlement agreements anyway, but really making sure that we're having that communication back to the community on what those program outcomes are. And then the last one, the provide the support to first responders. The task force felt like if the county chooses to do a granting application of some kind or to grant out funds, that this could be a mechanism, that this could be achieved through that mechanism. All right, next slide. So this next slide is really identifying questions 2, 3, and 7. Those questions were, where should the county board concentrate funding towards opioid remediation for the next 3 to 5 years? What funding categories should be created based on the OCNA report? And is a community-wide prevention education campaign needed to promote destigmatization of opioid use and people seeking help for it? So this slide, I've tried my best to summarize it as best as I can. So in short, what you are seeing on the right-hand side is a proposal for a 3-year budget. You see 2025, 26, 27. What the task force recommends is to have a consistent annual budget that factors in the total expected settlement dollars that we know of to date and divide that by the total number of years. So that's how they've come up with that 947,800. We worked with our finance department and our accountant that's assigned to the opioid settlement funding to help us draft up this budget. We have then lessed out the internal department funding that y'all have already approved. You will see that that's increasing over a year. That's just factoring in a percentage since 2 of those are position related. So factoring in those step increases or benefits and things like that. You're also going to see the less of the annual education campaign. So the task force felt like it was very important to work on and to have funding dedicated to a community-wide prevention education campaign. Again, this is something that the health department is very familiar with dollars that they receive and are implemented through our health education division there. So we have put in $100,000 for that education campaign that would be happening on an annual basis for part of that consideration. And then that's where you get into what the remaining funding is for the grant opportunities. You see that that's roughly around $520,600 for 2025. It's around 507 for 26. And that number keeps going down because what you're seeing is that the internal departments, we know there are going to be those increases because of those positions. Therefore, it is going to be offsetting a little bit that annual budget. So that's why you don't see the granting budget being held constant there. So I did want to point that out there. With this, and you don't see it here, with us saying we're going to have an annual budget of 947,800, that does mean that we're going to have money sitting in our reserves that we've already received. We've received about $3 to $4 million at this point in time with those settlement agreements. And so we are only going to be drawing out a little less than $1 million a year to cover what that annual budget is. And so the task force is recommending that we invest those remaining funds with the treasurer's office, and that any interest that is earned is dedicated back to the opioid settlement dollars. That's something that we can, if the board agrees, that's something that I can right away start working with the treasurer's office to implement, so that way any interest earned would be going back into those opioid dollars. Next here, right below that annual budget, you're going to see what those recommended priority percentages by category. So this is what the task force is recommending, that we prioritize funding for the next 3 years. They believe that 50% of that remaining funding should go to treatment, 20% to prevention, 20% to harm reduction, and then 10% to recovery. I went ahead and had our finance department, that accountant, break out what those dollar amounts would be for each category, just so you could see that what that percentage equal to. Let me make sure I'm not missing something here. I'm going to pause for a second to see if y'all have any questions for me, and to also review my notes to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. One, the difference between treatment and recovery, definition, please.
Excellent question. So we have provided a crosswalk. It's in the report. I did not put it in the presentation. I went back and forth, but I didn't want to add another slide, and now I wish I would have added it in the presentation. So there is a crosswalk. It's on page 9 of that report, where we define from Exhibit E what the definition, what the difference is between treatment, prevention, harm reduction, and recovery. Remind me again, you said treatment, and what were the 2?
The 2 that looked like they might be synonymous for me, treatment and recovery, but obviously, you know, if you've got the definitions in there, I didn't see those, so I'll look it up.
Yeah, and a lot
I
of
can
times
read.
they go, and a lot of times there are some overlap within these categories. We try to align them within Exhibit E, but just for example, and you'll see whenever you look on page 9, in recovery, there is a definition within Exhibit E that says support people in treatment and recovery. So there is some natural overlap there. Treatment seems to focus primarily on treating, doing that medication-assisted treatment distribution, expanding treatment for neonatal abstinence syndrome, treatment for incarcerated populations, treat OUDs, which is the opioid use disorder, and then connections to care that weren't hand off. So there is a little bit of overlap there, I would say. I think someone who is more well-versed in this as a subject matter expert could probably speak to this. I am purely here as the staff liaison and the administrative arm of this. I don't know if Chair.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert in any way, but just to speak to it, in general terms, you can think about treatment as that acute phase when a person's made the decision that they want to end use. They need the medicated assistance to help them with detox. Maybe they're in an inpatient program. And recovery is that sort of long-term
After
support.
What you just described is taking place
That's
now.
right. And there's a bridge
Hang
sort
in
of
there.
between the two, and some ongoing treatment may occur. But that recovery support is that long-term to keep them on track.
Thank you. Will you humor me for one other
Absolutely,
comment
please.
or question, I guess? This is based on the funds that have already been received, correct?
This is based
What
off of the settlement agreements that we have. There's 8 that we have received, and we know what those final settlements are over the period of time. Yeah.
What percent is this of what could be received if everybody pays off the way it's hoped they will? Is this half of it or 70% or?
So what we did, so we've received 8 settlement agreements at this point, which all have different what the dollar payout is for us. Then we took that funding. So overall, I think this is based off of 14.6 million, and then we divided that over a 16-year period of time. Now, if y'all are quickly doing the math and I'm wrong there, I will just need to read through my finance notes, but that's roughly 14.6 million divided over 16, which is how we're getting what that annual budget is. There are other settlement agreements that have not been settled. So there are potential agreements that could still be forthcoming, which would change the dollar amount.
But this is a fairly conservative estimate at this point because you haven't factored in those other things that may occur in the future.
Correct. We have not factored in anything that may occur. This is purely based off of the number that we know we've been told so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Yeah, a couple of questions. The financials on that, what page of the report is that on?
So in the report, we did not provide the full scenarios. So the task force reviewed 3 different scenarios from the finance department. I only provided within the report what that final number was. You can see here, it has changed a little bit. So this is on page 8 under question number 3. At that point in time, it was an estimated annual budget of $953,076 or $76.90. So there were a little bit of fluctuations that we had to make there, which is why you see the 947,800.
Okay, I guess in the future, I would like to see the financials, not the, I mean, one of the questions was, and you kind of answered it, what kind of interest assumed was part of that. But according to your presentation, the funding right now for the opioid task funds, the money that we're receiving from the settlement, the interest from that is going back to the general fund. It is not going back to the opioid task force?
No, right now we have not invested any of that funding to my knowledge at this point.
Okay, that would be, you know, that's a huge mistake. That's 4.34%, as we were just $3 million. That's $160,000 a year. That's 25%, you know, 20%, 15% of your operating costs. That probably should have been done yesterday, number one. Number two, the 16 years is reflected on the current with no interest, and that would be the current run out date of this program would be 16 years if we don't receive any more settlements, and we spend $953,076.90 per the recommendation of the task force. So, you know, I guess would the idea be if we received any more settlement money or received interest money from this, we'd, instead of extenuating or beefing up the program, we'd lengthen the time? Has there been any sort of discussion on that?
Yeah, I think either option could be proposed. I think, you know, the task force had some discussion around that of do we increase the our annual budget, or do we try to lengthen out for as long as we can? I think that is something that would be up to the board, and I think you could take any avenue. I know that some counties are talking about using their interest that they received from their investments and using that for any of their non-opioid remediation efforts to offset that cost. So I think that that's also an option that could be entertained too.
And that's my biggest fear, that administration or anybody else, the opioid task force or anybody would recommend that, because I will tell you right now, I can speak with confidence that is not the will of this board to use any of that interest money or anything other than its intended purposes. Number two, this is one of the most important things we're going to be doing with this opioid money, is deciding, one, the length of time that we're going to be providing the service. How do we get the biggest bang for the buck? And while I greatly respect, I can't even underemphasize that, the expertise of the members of this task force on how to do it, the length of time and how long we do it and what kind of program, that the 100,000-foot level, I mean, that's a discussion for this board. Is this, and I applaud them for not sticking with just opioids, but expanding it to all SUDs. I think that's a great move, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, in order for this board to make an effective decision, we would need to see what the long-term financials are and when the expiration date of this program would be with current funding levels. Because if this program is effective and we are actually changing people's lives, I can easily see the will of this board saying, this is tax dollars well spent. Maybe we should start looking internally for some of our general operating costs. But we can't do that unless we really know the scope of the problem. So I guess I would appreciate more information specifically as it designates to the financial aspect of this. Thank you.
Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Taylor or Vice Chair Taylor, you're absolutely correct. This was one of our heavy discussions as several of us members wanted to make sure that we got the biggest bang for our buck and that we know that we are taking care of those things. And there was a discussion to see if there was some possibilities of getting more grants also through this to enhance it, make it go further. So we looked at those things, and I think those are part of what our assistant administrator is trying to relate to us here. She does a better job than I do. I don't articulate it that well. Sorry.
She does do a fantastic job. I'll just chime in on the same focus. I mean, our board sets a budget annually. So here we're really looking at an overall projection we see over the term. We have recommendations about, sort of how to allocate that pie and into which percentages. But that's a snapshot of what's occurring in the community now. And as we begin remediation treatment efforts, as community conditions change, we'll continue to have flexibility as a board. And, as those conditions change, I encourage the board to be prepared to go back and seek community input, because the people with lived experience on the ground are the best advocates and folks who understand the needs best in the community. But I think what we wanted to ensure is that we didn't sort of, just get in, expend resources at a problem we know will be ongoing. We have had addiction in our community as long as there have been substances to be addicted to. And we will engage in, efforts across the term of these resources. And when we get to the end of it, there will still be more. Or we're going to spend, potentially $950,000 a year. Could we have spent $5 million? We could have. I mean, there there is a need in the community. So it's a balance between both of those things and gives us a time to incubate and determine sort of what's working and pivot to community needs as well. But when we kind of agree to a general framework, we still have a budget process each year to make adjustments. So it's not like we're committing in to a set, budget for 16 years. Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, well, first I want to thank the task force and administration. This is a huge undertaking and I appreciate your work. Based on these financials, do you have any idea how many lives you're going to be touching with this money? I don't know if in the past, if other communities, you base it on a supposed cost per person. And is there going to be a limited number of people that you will be able to serve with this current budget?
That's a good question and one I don't think that I would be able to speak to. I mean, it depends on certain components of the allocations are more expensive than others, harm reduction. Often these are, on the ground outreach where we're getting out Narcan kits and, they're getting people involved in safe use initiatives. And it's treatment, for example, when people go inpatient for medicated assistant treatment might be much more expensive. So it sort of depends on the needs of the community, how many we touch, right? But the goal will be to maximize when we spend money in prevention. That's money we don't have to spend later on recovery. Hopefully we can support people not getting into disordered use with opioids in the first place. So, but yeah, I think that would be our best guess, is unknown. Commissioner Gisler.
No, I just wanted to add into the equation, follow up on something Jeff said. And this maybe is a role that administration could play. Given that at some point the funding from the program is going to essentially run out, could we be collecting data that would let us put forth a request for grants saying, hey, look, we've been spending this for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, and look what results we're getting. Now, Ford Foundation or whoever we're appealing to for a grant, how about letting us continue this longer because we've seen success and we know how to do it. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So, and this is to Vice Chair Taylor. Do we all, I don't remember if we always invest when we get pockets of money like this, or is this the first one? Because, I've been working on that task force. What is it, 14 million we have? With 14 million, was this one of the first ones? I've only been on here since 21. So I don't know prior when you've gotten a grant or a settlement that big, have we always invested? Because sitting on that board, I didn't think about, we got 14 million, if that was even a possibility. So this is like you saying that is new to me. So if I can get some clarification on that, where, maybe we put it in writing that it's practice that, for future boards that come in, when we receive huge settlements like that, we put something so we can get something off of it.
Yeah. And thank you, Commissioner Morales. I know we've had discussion here. I've elevated discussion with the treasurer's office around investment of these funds here at the full board session previously. And we currently have, it's just under 4 million on hand right now. But making, expanding what we can, make use out of it. That's what we need to do. Absolutely. Vice Chair.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. My goal is not to belittle the work or any of that the task force has done. I'm truly grateful and it's incredible work. My thought process behind this is trying to build self-sufficiency or something that will last longer than 16 years. As Chair Strebs has mentioned, this need is not going to go away in 13 years. Whatever we create here, if we can create something that builds itself more towards in perpetuity or in that goes on and on and on, then I think we'll be better served for our community for doing so. So I mean, as said, the investing of those dollars, it was my understanding that they were already being invested, and that's why I asked that question, because I thought they were.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I just needed clarification. It's like when we got the ARPA funding, it was like, you get this and it's done. So I can't remember, did we do that with, or could we have done that with some of the ARPA dollars so that once we distributed, that we wouldn't have run out? I mean, as you said, going into perpetuity, this is a smart way to invest every dollar that we get so that we don't have to tap into taxpayers' pockets to cover things.
Administrator Catlin.
Yes, so thank you. And this is a great point to bring up. So without opening Pandora's box on this issue, we have since June 2024 been meeting with the Treasurer's Office on this, and we came up with a plan by way of essentially garnering a motion for these respective dollars as a way to move forward. And so the way that dollars are currently invested is that they're most of them are pooled, right? So we're talking dollars like the housing millage, the county 911, our housing, seniors, veterans, all of those are within the pooled investment fund. And so unless a body's, for example, like the the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, unless they have a specific request to invest their dollars separately, and that's provided to the treasurer, that's when they do it. Unlike ARPA dollars, that had actual federal rules regulating, right, that transaction. So those dollars had to be invested separately, and that was provided to the treasurer's office. So what we wanted to do was wait until this report was delivered to understand how the board desired to have these dollars accounted for with regard to investment activity. The dollars nonetheless are being invested, and the treasurer's office can go back, and it will take time and some analysis, but can figure out essentially how from investment income in those dividends, what was attributed to opioid settlement task force. So the dollars are being invested, they're just not being recorded separately. They're all in the general pool of cash, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And then as a part of the pooled funds, they're getting a lower rate of return than funds that are deployed for a longer period of time, longer investment. Well, pooled funds at 1.5% return is what it's demonstrating. Okay, we get into the weeds there. I think that's a good and healthy discussion. Thank you to Administrator and Deputy Administrator. Would you like to continue?
I will, and thank you, Administrator Catlin, for making that clarification too. I appreciate that. One thing I want to say before I leave this slide is that the task force felt it was very important. It speaks to what Vice Chair Taylor was talking about, or a concern maybe he brought up with regarding the budget. We do believe that a community needs assessment needs to occur every 3 to 5 years. What that frequency is and how the board wants to budget for it, we'll need to have further discussion on, but it's important because this is ever evolving and changing, and we're hoping that the dollars that we invest into programs, that we see some fluctuation. The task force mentioned that, which is why they felt like treatment needed to have that 50%. That's kind of the most pressing need, but 3 years or 5 years from now, we may be seeing something a little bit different. We can move from treatment and more into prevention or harm reduction as we go through the various phases that we have there. So I did just want to highlight that as well. Our needs assessment this time around was at no cost. That's not normally the case, as y'all have seen other requests come forward to y'all, but that's something that we will want to keep in mind. All righty, next slide, Dina. Oh, okay. So community grants, the cycle. So when we're looking at what's the frequency that we should be doing granting in the community, the task force recommends that we provide opportunities for both 1 year and multi-year cycles without really knowing what that need is from our community organizations. They felt it was important to allow for that flexibility to accommodate the scope and urgency that may arise. So 1 year cycles, ideally that would be maybe maybe for smaller or one-time projects. Multi-year cycles would be for the 3 years, which is why I just showed you only a 3-year budget. For 3 years for ongoing or larger projects. When people apply, they would have the opportunity to apply for both, and then we would see what the need was. And if we were able to, if everyone's requesting multi-year, then we would only have multi-year projects. But if we still have some pocket of money every year, then every year we would look and see, okay, what's still remaining to then open up a grant portal and do an annual for smaller funds. So there's some of that we just don't know until we put the ask out there. But knowing from historical perspective of anytime we put an ask out there for granting, that request is always quite larger than what we have the money for. The task force does recommend that we have cross-organizational collaboration and to really allow in the grant application process to, maybe provide higher point level or whatever the case may be. So if we know 2 organizations are working together, that makes it usually a stronger program or application that we may see. So they wanted to encourage cross-organizational collaboration. They wanted to, they're suggesting also that we integrate the substance use disorder priorities into other county grant funding programs by offering match funding opportunities or prioritizing applications that align with both funding streams. So for instance, we do have senior millage and housing millage. Those funding dollars have to be used for the particular purpose that the people pass and approve those millages. But if there's some sort of cross-sectional way that we can see if there's a housing application that is also maybe addressing substance use disorder in some sort of way, that board, when reviewing those applications, bring it higher to the attention or make it an opportunity for a matching of the funds in some sort of way. So the task force wanted to make sure that that was vocalized and that y'all heard that need or that request from them. Go ahead.
If I could, Deputy Administrator, just seeing maybe a question from commissioners on that. For example, Cal Recovery 1 and 2 would be an example of a development we funded through the housing millage that targets housing specifically for people with substance use disorder. So there's a significant need for treatment and recovery housing within the community. And if we see applications come forward like that within either this grant cycle or the housing cycle, that they maybe be awarded more points through the process so that they get kind of increased consideration, if that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you. And then last, they just requesting a low barrier grant process that includes a short application, easy compliance reporting, and an easy contracting process. Next slide, Dina. In your report, you'll see several years of what a timeline could look like. This is an example of what a timeline could look like for releasing a grant application. The first year will be modified slightly depending on some decisions that y'all make. But ultimately what the goal is to have funding out the door and contracted by July 1, and going from a July 1 through a June 30 timeframe. That helps align with the reporting requirements that we have with the settlement agreements. It allowed it to come off of our calendar year, which provides a little bit of breathing room, I think, when we factor in just kind of end of the year and beginning of the year business that the board has, and other applications that we're releasing. I don't believe that there is anything else with this that I wanted to highlight. Oh, I do just want to note, I already said that the report includes future years too, but that's the timeline that we're looking at and proposing. Next slide. All right, the fun slide, administrative duties. So the task force recommends allocating funding for administrative duties. So as you can see that with anything that we do have, I wouldn't say a burden, but there is a huge lift that is required to overseeing the granting process, the contract management, the compliance monitoring, including the reporting and evaluation tools, the data analysis, communication, updates on spending and outcomes, financial oversight, and then of course, facilitating those future community needs assessment and presenting everything to the board and to the community. So there are two options that are being presented. One option is that we contract with another organization to administer our grant application, our grant process. Option two is that we create a position within Kalamazoo County government. The task force felt like, you know, where they see success is when someone is waking up and this is what they're solely dedicated to. They're dreaming about it at night. They know what's going on in the community and within the organizations. I think we saw that whenever the Area Agency on Aging presented the senior millage and how important staff were to really driving that ad hoc committee and the scoring and walking through the process and ultimately presenting to y'all. So these are the two options that are coming forward. If we were to contract with another organization, you know, we are limited to how much we would be able to spend on administrative costs, which is where those non-opioid remediation dollars that we would have to account to. That's estimated between 7.5 to 15%. 7.5 is just the number I use because that's what we're currently under contract with the Kalamazoo Community Foundation with that mini grant application, the process that they are overseeing for us. So I would estimate the most that we could spend on that is 15% because that's what is allowed with our settlement agreements. So that is what we would be seeing, and that is roughly anywhere between $39,000 to $78,000 that we would be spending to contract this with another organization. If that is the route that we would go, we would still want to ensure that we include board participation. We would still need Corporation Counsel to review the selected awards before they're announced to ensure that they actually adhere to Exhibit E and that we're following those settlement agreements. The board commissioners would probably still be able to review the applications, the scoring matrix, and participate in any of the scoring and selection part of that process, as well as any others that y'all would like to identify if we still want people with lived experiences to be there. Contracts would be signed by that selected organization and funds would be able to immediately go out versus right now, the majority of our contracts with the county are on that cost reimbursement, which the task force, the members that were around at the that represent nonprofit organizations that receive funding from us indicated how that can be sometimes a burden for them. And it's understandable whenever, especially if we're looking at a new program. We would also require financial and programs report would be required to be submitted to us. On the option number two, we could go the route of a full-time position. Now, this position could potentially evolve into maybe it not needing to be full-time, but with it just being so new, and the amount of time dedicated to just get everything up, we felt like a full-time position is what would need to be put forward. That's estimating about $100,000, about $90,000 for salary and fringes, and another $10,000 for any of those operational expenses that would maybe arise. So that number could be slightly lower, but I would estimate about $100,000 that we'd be looking at if we needed to create a full-time position within Kalamazoo County government. Either of these options, I know we looked at a timeline earlier. If we went the RFP route, you know, there are multiple organizations in our community that could administer grants. So we would need to RFP this out. And then, so that may delay that timeline shortly a little bit, but I believe that we'd still be on target to having the funds out the door by July 1. If we needed to create a position in-house, I feel a little less confident that we would hit that July 1, but that's still something that we could aim for. We just may not have that person fully on board, and some of that work would still need to be done by me, I think, or whoever y'all chose for that to be done. So that's one thing, and I can pause if anyone has any questions about those administrative duties.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking at those options, and you had discussed this with me before during a leadership meeting. It makes more sense if we are going to go with the $900,000 year allocation, or if that's the recommendation from the board, you're looking at about, if 600, 1,000 of that is external and 300 is internal, you're looking at 70, 60, at the most, 80, $90,000. A full-time position is going to be 120 with benefits and everything else. That's going to actually be more expensive as opposed to having this. Now, if it was a permanent and we were looking for permanent sustainability, I could see a county employee and trying to do that. But having a county employee and hiring and creating a position for a job that at this point is expected to run out in 16 years, I don't think that makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. I think it makes more sense to outsource that portion of it. Secondly, is there any way you can share this slide presentation with me? Because these questions that you have for us were not in our civic clerk.
Yes, no, I can definitely share that with you. And just to add as well, sorry, the thought actually left me. When it comes back, I will add whatever that thought is.
You're just saying that to make
All right, next slide. These are just the remaining questions that weren't necessarily addressed as far as like some of those immediate directions that we need, but I wanted to just, anyone that wanted to hear, just kind of briefly go over the remaining answers that the task force had. So that question number 6, should the county assume the role of collaborator and when appropriate grant writer with the community partners for state and federal funding opportunities? The task force recommends that we do share out that information. Our opioid health educator currently does share out that information once we know that the state is releasing a granting opportunity. That information is shared, and they felt like that's something they could continue to do with that community coalition that meets. The task force does recommend that in general, Kalamazoo County government potentially hire a grant writer to be a resource and assist community organizations in the future. But that's just on a broader terms, not specifically just to opioid efforts. So just wanted to highlight that. Question number 8, is the countywide alert system and network collaborative needed to communicate with county residents when there is a cluster of overdoses or a deadly batch of fentanyl-laced drugs that occur in Kalamazoo County? So the consensus, we had a lot of discussion around this and brought in various partners to present on this. The consensus that it was at this time is that really maybe what needs to be done is not necessarily have a countywide alert system, but more so communicate to the public what is that internal protocol, and then how do we adapt that and make it understandable for an external facing graphic to the public. So HCS did say that they could take the lead to draft and train accordingly and to provide those graphics, and that this is something that we could always come back and look at and reassess as well as other things come online, other resources that we have. So still kind of keeping this as something that we could explore later, but at this point in time that maybe was more needed is just that external training of what happens internally when there are overdose clusters. Question 9, are there additional locations or accessibility points that need to be considered for countywide for distribution of Narcan? Such as vending machines, government buildings, pharmacies, etc. The task force just recommends that continued collaboration happens with COPE Network for training and resource management. They're the go-to organization within our community. And so they just are strongly encouraging that COPE Network continue to be tapped for that. And then question 10, how should co-occurring substance use disorders and mental health disorders be considered with this funding? And the task force felt that this should be a high priority and funding should address both when it's possible to do so together. So again, kind of speaking to that grant application, could focus on co-occurring disorders and trauma should be prioritized. So that's something that in those applications, we can make sure that that's something that we ask someone to speak to. And then lastly, should the settlement funds be used to provide trauma-informed, culturally competent mental health services to adults and children that have been impacted by the loss of a loved one due to opioids? Yes, they felt like that should be a focus, and that, sorry, my computer is not wanting to expand here. And that could be highlighted again within that grant application portal or within the scoring matrix to heavily weight, those applicants that prioritize trauma-informed and culturally competent services. Next slide, Dina. So just to conclude, and happy to send this out to the board afterwards so you all have this full presentation, but direction that is needed from the board, and this is something that if we don't feel comfortable tonight talking about, that we all can provide that direction to me at the next meeting. But looking for if y'all approve the recommendation that the task force is bringing forward regarding that annual budgeted amount, moving forward with the treasurer's office to invest those remaining funds with that interest earned returning to the opioid settlement budget, looking at the community grants budget and those funding categories, so that 50%, 20, 20, and 10. If y'all approve of those funding categories, then that's how the grant application would be rolled out. And then administrative duties, who do we want to be overseeing the grant application process? So I'll pause and see, and that's my last slide. And so if there's any further questions, happy to answer.
As we engage in this dialogue to provide the direction, if you could bring those bullets back up for me so I make sure that I hit all 4 of those, please, Dina, that would be appreciated. I just want to take another moment to again recognize Deputy Administrator Smith and the really, she's just been a tremendous support to the task force and done a lot of heavy lifting in this work so far. So just really thank you so much and for your in-depth presentation. So on our first item, the annual budget, there's a recommendation roughly of a $953,000 annual budget to stretch this out over the term of the settlement agreements. Are we in support of that as a board by consensus to move forward with that as a general framework? And then we'll approve a budget annually anyway, but do we have any concerns or changes? Are we confident by consensus to move forward there? Vice Chair.
First, I don't think there's enough assumptions. I think when you address number 2, that's going to change number 1. I guess number 2, 3, number 2, absolutely, we should have done that yesterday. Number 3, I respect and the expertise of that committee, and if that's what they came up with, I'm totally good with that. Administrative duties, I do think that we need to outsource it because we get more bang for our buck that way, and we keep more of those dollars to go back into treatment and recovery. But number 1, I don't think we have enough information to approve it yet. Just personally, I think there's a lot of assumptions in there. Now, I understand your point, Commissioner Strebs, about this is just one year. And if we're approving an annual budget for 1 year, I'm okay with that. But I know that those numbers are going to change as you affect interest income, as more settlement agreements come into play. Those dollars, that's going to change each and every single year. So I guess if you're talking about an annual budget for year 1, I'm okay with that. But I would like to revisit that because there's just too many assumptions that you could even get to an annual budget and multi-year purposes based on what you don't even know from question 2. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. And to Vice Chair's point, I think that, there are some unknowns, but I think in the interest of maybe running this program longer, we could take that investment income and run the program longer rather than changing the budget. And I know we haven't decided on what route to go with that yet, but to me, it seems like, this isn't just a problem that's magically going to go away. So running the program for as long as possible, makes sense to me personally. I'm totally fine with the budget. I think it's fantastic. And again, thank you and the task force for all the hard work.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lindy, for the work you did to get this ready to present in language I can pretty much understand. I appreciate that. Do I understand though that the slides you just showed us, which are not in the packet, will be made available to us? You'll send them out shortly? Okay, I like that a lot. And this is related only in that we talked about grants and grant writing. Maybe this is premature this year, but I wonder if the county does not have an official grant writer. And I know way back in the dark ages, David Artley sort of served that purpose, and he was very good at that sort of thing. Well, we need a new David Artley, only somebody that's got the real professional expertise to counsel or write the grants, because we're going to be asking for him for a whole lot of these millages. And to have a good grant writer, I think, is going to be invaluable to us as we move forward. I'm just throwing that out, so we might want to consider that as we begin the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think both the chair and I have lots of scars on us from fighting for a grant writer over several years. Yes, we absolutely need one. The first step in that process was getting a lobbyist in Lansing to know what we're doing for, and I applaud administration for that first step. But yes, next year's budget cycle, it starts me promoting it now. We could really use a community grant writer for all of our different departments in coordination with all of our different local entities as well. We're leaving a lot of money on the table by not having that ability. So I couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner Gisler, and I'm going to go back and find the tape recording of you saying that, and we're going to replay it.
All right, Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with our vice chair's analysis that it would change the budget a little bit, but I think if we should be revisiting this every year because we need to know the matrix and what's working, what's not. But I think, for this year, the annual budget that was presented, I can live with it, but we need to, on tomorrow morning, bright and early, talk with our treasurer about investment on those monies, so we get the bigger bang for our buck. So I would strongly recommend that we go ahead and move ahead and get this thing going as quickly as possible.
Thank you, commissioners. And, to clarify, we do have a current position posted, a management analyst position that will focus on grant writing within the administrator's office. So it is really something identified in the budget and that we're moving forward. Okay. All right, so I think, Deputy Administrator, do you have the consensus you need? I'm hearing support $953,000 budget, investing for partitioned funds for the opioid settlement with realized gains back into the opiate settlement fund. That we will seek an RFP for administrative support, and then the funding categories as recommended, the percentages as recommended within the report. We are in support of that. Is there anything else from commissioners? Do you have what you need from us? Yes, Deputy Administrator.
Just to make sure, and I don't want to push in any sort of direction, but the task force does recommend having not just a 1-year application open, but a multi-year. I think that we can definitely come back and revisit the budget, but I just want to make sure I'm clearly understanding that y'all do only want us to release a 1-year application, or y'all are okay with us releasing a 3-year application?
Thank you for clarifying. So as we're speaking to the budget, if we are identifying here, we're only comfortable with 953 for the first year, then it limits a 3-year grant award cycle, which we don't want to do. The nonprofits often that are engaged in the work, by the time they get that first award, gear up the programming, the cycle year is nearly over, and then we're already asking for a reapplication. So I think, and thank you for lifting that up, Deputy Administrator, if we can have comfort at least the first 3 years at 953 as a proposed budget, then we allow that multiple year grant cycle. Vice Chair.
Quickly, and I didn't see this in the report, what percentage of the allocated grants are going to go for 1 year and what percentage are going to go for multi-years?
We don't know at this point in time, and that's what the task force wanted, that flexibility. They just have no way of really knowing who's going to apply for that 3-year funding versus just a 1 year. In their minds, they believe, 1 year is probably going to be short term, maybe kind of an urgent getting something off the ground, maybe supplies or something like that, versus a 3-year may be more intentional, programmatic, needing that time to get off the ground. We just really don't have a true indication to know, which is what they were hoping with that grant cycle of seeing what it is people are applying for.
Well, I guess my point is the assumptions on the budget I saw on the slide are extremely conservative. They have 0% interest rate and they have no future settlement dollars that are in there. If anything, that 953 is going to go up. So I don't see how just approving a 1 year as opposed to approving a 3-year would make any difference in the allocation of whether or not they issue a 3-year or a 1 year. Maybe we could issue an at least statement. But to what Commissioner Wheeler was saying earlier, my goal is not to try to get it to go to 17 years or 18 years or whatever. My goal is to try to have this be a permanent sort of fixture in place within our community so that people can always seek help, whether they be my kids or my grandkids. That would be, to me, better sort of, and those decisions of how we structure that occur today. I mean, really, when we're looking at these long-term funding and these dollars that are going to sit there, what we do with them now is going to determine what kind of program we're going to have, not just 16 years from now, but 20, 25 years from now. So I have no problem approving it for 1 year and putting an at least clause into it. But specifically as it resonates with this grant writer, if we can have 50% of our operational dollars come from interest income, I'm sure we can get the other 50% from external or internal sources. I don't think of this as just the only source of revenue or the only source of funding, but I think long term we can do a heck of a lot more. So I guess I have no problem saying with an at least clause for the next 3 years. But I would hesitate this board to approve anything over 1 year period of time.
And to that, Vice Chair, thinking about extending out the life of the support of the program, any realized gains, we wouldn't want to add them into program year 1 and 2. We would be adding them in to the end. So really, adjusting 953 up isn't something we'd want to consider. Do we want to end up adding funds to continue perpetuity into the end of the program cycle, right?
Well, if we don't factor in any sort of inflated costs from year to year from any of the providers, and there will be inflation of costs with wages and stagnation. If we don't factor in that, we're going to be getting less and less outcome from our dollars. So we're going to have to increase that budget each and every single year. The question is, how much, what percentage, that'll be a determination. Hopefully the future boards take strong guidance from our opioid task force. And I specifically, as it relates to programming, I don't want to get involved in that at all because I know very little, if anything at all. But the long-term financial structure of it, I do feel that I can speak with some sort of gravitas in that I would like to see something that resembles and has more flexibility from year to year. And we don't get into the stale thing of we're stamping 953 every year, or even stamping 953 with a 3% cost of living increase every single year, but that we really look at it as a liquid document each and every year with our budget.
Thank you for that. And so to clarify what, you're proposing at least year sort of clause. We heard repeatedly in the task force, nonprofits in particular, community-based organizations that are primarily funded through grant cycles, having that having a short term or not having some sense of stability within the funding is very difficult for them programmatically. And so if we can't commit to a 3-year cycle, we're making it more difficult for them to be effective in their programming. They need some assurance that what they're developing has support at least a couple of fiscal years. So that's what we're trying to lift up. And I think somewhere in between these two things, we can be nimble about our projections, but we can offer up 3-year cycle awards at the same time.
Sorry, Chair, but does that at least clause would guarantee those? I mean, I'm assuming your question or statement, right? The at least clause would guarantee that flexibility for those nonprofits to know that they can apply for a 3-year grant, knowing that 953 at least will be put into every single year. So that takes care of that sort of.
Thank you. I think my error was understanding which you were talking about at least, and I was thinking at least a year, and you're talking about at least the money.
Yes.
Thank you. So my confusion, and I apologize for that. Are you clear on the direction for our discussion?
I
More
am,
than
because I
am?
think I was understanding what you were understanding, Chair Strubs. And that is normally whenever you release a grant application, you do say what the terms are for it. So we will say at least 953,000 is what they're applying for, knowing that funding may change over the next 2 or 3 years, but allowing that multi-year funding. So I'm glad we had that discussion. The only other thing that I need is, first, I want to just say Dina is amazing, and y'all have received the application in your inbox. So thank you, Dina. I will also be providing and sending out to the board a comprehensive budget for what is going on with the internal departments funding. We should have that by the end of this month. So I will have that for you in February of the complete year. If I wanted a partial year, I can get that to y'all sooner. And then last but not least, I just want to make sure, I believe what the treasurer's office will need to know from me is the amount that y'all would like to invest and what that start date is, so they can look at what the disbursements have been made so far. So I am assuming that it's the remaining that's not already budgeted for, whatever that dollar amount is. I'll confirm that with finance. So removing the 2025 budget from that amount, investing that, and y'all would like to go back to when we first started receiving these funds.
Vice Chair, please.
You would probably, it would be a lot of work for Tyler in the treasurer's office or finance to probably take whatever amount was given on the date that was given, and then look at that as a percentage. And then that percentage would change each and every single time you received a check or a disbursement. So looking long term, we might need to hire a couple people to figure that out. Like, I just it would be I think what would be easier would be knowing what the date is on January 1st of this year, taking that dollar amount, applying whatever interest rate is accrued by the whole pooled cash from January 1st until now, to January 21st, I guess 21 days, 4.34%, I believe it was. Just attaching that to that whatever number we had in the opioid task force dollars, and then putting that into a separate account, that would be probably finance, and then making sure that those dollars were invested separately, much like the brownfield dollars are, and much like other entities. Well, I guess it's only the brownfield. Airport does it too, I believe. But making sure that in the future that is associated with that, because I mean, going back with all the different dates that we got checks from and what interest was earned on that amount, and then what percentage of the cash pool is, I mean, that's going to be I can't even imagine who would want to do that. But I think if we start clean on January 1st, I think it would make it easier. And then quite frankly, maybe even an allocation from this Board of Commissioners in the ballpark of what we think it was to put into that fund. I'd be okay with that too, because the intention of this legislation, the intention of this lawsuit was to put those dollars so that they could be used to mitigate an opioid crisis and the substance abuse crisis, not to pad a general fund. So I am in 100% agreement if we can ballpark figure of what the previous years were. But out of necessity for staff, I don't think it would be fair to ask staff to try to figure that out, because that would be a very, very complex process.
I'm in agreement with that. It looks like Commissioners, Vice. Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Hepler concurs. Thank you so much. Deputy Administrator, much appreciated. Thank you for the discussion, commissioners. All right, let's move on. Our next is discussion about the regular meeting start time. So Commissioner Mazer, you asked to bring back discussion as elevated by Commissioner DeLu, revising the start time of our regular meeting from 7 o'clock. So whoever would like to open some discussion on that. Commissioner DeLu.
Well, I just don't see any downside to starting the meetings earlier. I'm open, obviously it's open for discussion, but I think it benefits the entire staff of the county administration and benefits the board. And if the first meeting goes over, then we just start a little later. So I don't see any reason not to, is my opinion. I think it would benefit a lot of people.
Thank you. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the current time, and we still have 2 more topics and a closed session on 2 different issues. I just think we're going to be a little pinched for time. I'm thinking maybe we can compromise and start at 6:30 instead of 6 maybe. And just because that gives us a whole nother hour to talk about 2 topics and have 2 closed session topics. And so sometimes we're heavy in the closed session. So that's just my suggestion.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I'm with 7 because sometimes I just need that break. And to my knowledge, the folks that work late get to come in later. So it's not that they're here at 8 a.m. working through 7 o'clock. So they get to flex their schedule, or if they choose to come in at 8, then they get to flex it on a Friday. So we're not punishing our staff and making them be here all day. I believe administrator has some flexibility with his staff, from what I've heard, that they can flex their time. Correct.
Commissioner Mazer, did you have your hand? Go ahead.
Well, I'm in favor of changing the start time if we can do it, so I agree with Commissioner DeLu.
Vice Chair, did you have?
I agree with Commissioner Wheeler. I'm kind of in the middle here. I think provided if we did a 6 o'clock start time and we had a full agenda, we'd probably have to start our committee of the whole on certain days at 3 o'clock as opposed to 4 o'clock, and then make it a lot harder for people that have other priorities, other jobs. But having at 6:30, and then also moving a lot of these closed sessions to the 7 o'clock meeting as opposed to doing them at the committee of the whole, to Commissioner Wheeler's point, I think that would put more time on the other side, so we would still have time. And when I was talking to Deputy Administrator Cole about this, one of the concerns I have about this is we are going to need to eat, or we're going to be a cranky bunch of people. So that's why I'm kind of leaning towards what Commissioner Wheeler said at the 6:30. I think it's a good kind of compromise, gets us out a half hour early, and see how it goes. But that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I'll just chime in a couple of considerations. I think, we're thinking about the break time that maybe we feel we may or may not need as commissioners, but our staff have been here all day too. They need the time to have dinner. They need the time to have a break. When we're having to consider potentially bumping COW earlier in the day, not only does that potentially impact some commissioners who also are working, but the community who maybe would like to be here to participate, to provide public comment, or make that less accessible to them because it will impact or conflict more with their workday. When we have to consider moving any closed sessions to later in the evening rather than maybe hosting them at COW, we have to have outside counsel come in and speak with us. We're going to be asking them to come after hours rather than coming, in the 4 o'clock hour, potentially during more of the traditional workday. And if they had to commute in when we were using outside counsel, those are not local folks. So we're then having them drive late into the night to return home. So those are some things that I wanted to think about when we talked through with administration. To me, it sounded like there were more cons from how it impacts sort of the operational functioning of the meetings and the staff ability to have a break and eat, commissioners to be able to digest information. And so I'm in support of remaining where we are at this time, but Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's important because a lot of these meetings were scheduled where it's supposed to be about the public and our constituents, and they're not being able to make it. I mean, I think the clerk's office doesn't close till 4:30. So even if their team wanted to come and attend a meeting, they're not open. And then most of your school and businesses are closed at 5. So it does give folks a chance to catch up. And I know people are like, you can look at your phone and catch it online, but when we have pressing issues, dealing with millages or when folks are fighting for their land, they come in here in masses. So I just want to be able to afford the community that allotted time and to make it about them and not so much about us and what we say we're public servants, because really these times again are not fair to the community working an 8 to 5 day. You all know that I have to take time off of work to actually attend these meetings, and other folks may, not in a position where they have that allotted time and may have children, may not have that luxury to take time off. So again, I am in support of leaving it as it is as well.
Okay, my bottom line is 6:30.
All right, so I don't know, we have quite a clear consensus. I'm hearing a 6:30 support from Commissioner DeLu. I'm seeing the same from Commissioner Mazer. Commissioner Gisler, do you have a preference you want to articulate?
As long as we don't keep me up past my bedtime, I'm okay.
You can live with either.
I completely understand both sides of it, wanting to get our staff out of here, getting them home. And I also understand wanting the public to be able to chime in. So I think 6:30 is a good compromise, but I could absolutely 100% live with 7 o'clock still.
So I do think that we have a majority in favor of a move to 6:30, unless there's any other comments. Yes, Commissioner Morales.
Went over 2. So again, I think once we decide at our 7 o'clock how we're going to read this agenda, that may cut some of this time down, like what we read through, that might, cut the time down from how long we're here. So if we take that into consideration and then have hard stops to be respectful, if we say on the agenda that a presentation is 10 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion, really take that into consideration and send your emails instead of having a long drawn out conversation. So I would propose that moving forward, if we want that hard 6:30 time, that we can't have our deputy administrator sitting up being tagged for an hour when her presentation is 45 minutes. So I think moving forward, if we just got to respect time. And then if we have additional questions, we always have our fabulous administrator, who would get that, just disseminate that information and probably could answer a lot of the questions that we have anyway. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Morales. So administration, it sounds as though we have by consensus. Do you want to provide any other perspective, Administrator?
No, Chair, not at this time. I think that what we'd probably prefer, because we have to notice the public if the time is changing because we've already adopted the meeting schedule, we'd probably want that effective, just for public transparency, we'd probably want it effective the second meeting in February, with the agenda item being approved at the February 4th meeting. So that way it just gives enough time for the public. It's properly noticed. We can have the clerk's office post that public notice.
Thank you for that. Okay. All right, let's move to the next item, which is practice of reading consent agenda allowed at regular meetings. This is also Commissioner.
I think I initially brought this up 2 years ago. I know some other jurisdictions have stopped doing it. And if you look at, and the reason I propose it is, well, 2 reasons. People can see the agenda online if they like. And if they have any questions or comments, they can show up or call in or whatever. Same with commissioners. And if you look at tonight's agenda, the consent agenda that somebody has to read, there are things on here. It's just a lot of talk, you know, and I don't think people are home listening to this, hanging on every word of the consent agenda. It's much better if you read it, if you want to know about it. I do hear from people that actually watch these meetings online, and they all wonder what we're talking about when we read the consent agenda, because it doesn't go in any detail. It just gives an initial one-liner, and I say it's there for the public, it's there for us, and I don't think it's necessary to go through and read every line on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll lean on our elders who have been here a little while. Is it for public to put it on record that it was read, or was that just practice? I know sometimes, you know, we get this on Friday, we're trying to scramble through, and then as we get here, you do your first read on your own, and then you get here and you might want to pull something. But I guess, was it just practice? Is it in our bylaws that we read it? I don't remember seeing it in the bylaws, but I'm not calling on you. I'll let Chair call on you, but.
Yes, Vice Chair, thank you.
Originally back, when I show my age here, back in 2002 and 2003, almost every municipality read the full consent agenda. My understanding was about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an opinion that you did not have to do it if it was publicly noticed. So very slowly over the years, more and more municipalities have gone from reading the consent agenda and moved towards just posting it online and posting it in the packet because of that interpretation that was done by, my guess, an attorney general four or five attorney generals ago. But you're seeing more and more and more municipalities move away from that. So that I guess your answer was, I think everybody thought you had to, and they're now starting to realize they don't.
Commissioner Gisler, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my only desire to keep reading the consent agenda would be to hear people have to say remonumentation periodically, but other than that, I'm all for passing on that. And let's just put it out there, as John just eloquently said, you know, it's online, it's available, we're being transparent, and let's not have to fiddle around with it and take up, in this case, geez, the stuff we got tonight, you know, I hope somebody can speed read that. Is it you, Wendy? Anyway, I support the ceasing whenever we possibly can reading of the consent agenda.
Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with what Vice Chair Taylor was proposing. That's kind of my recollection of it too. Seems how we're kind of dating ourselves, but yeah, I don't know that a lot of places still do it. So we seem to be the ones continuing it.
So, and I'll just go against the grain here. I would like to see it continue. I think it's a accessibility issue. Reading the packet or downloading it isn't easy for all members of the community. Michigan government is rated as government in general that is not seen as very transparent. One of the least transparent governments in the United States. And so this is an opportunity for us to be transparent, to be accessible. Somebody can hear it while they're driving. They don't have to read it and pull it apart. And I don't see it saving a significant amount of time. We have a lengthy consent agenda, and that will take at the most 10 minutes at the most to read. So I don't think it creates a significant efficiency, but it does provide additional and clear transparency. At the township level, when I served at K Township, we were still reading it. And I hope that we'll continue it here, but if it's not the will of the board, they'll find it online. Commissioner Morales.
I agree with that when we talk about accessibility, but I will stress, as long as we stick to the script on time allotted for presentations, I don't think by the time we get to 7 o'clock, we'll be exhausted with trying to say AAA, Agency for Aging. And yeah, absolutely. Now we have scaled back from when I started, where we're not, we just read the first line or so. prior it was the whole thing, but I do agree with the accessibility. At this point, it really doesn't matter. I think the bigger question is sticking to the agenda and how much time we allot folks to presentation and have some dialogue.
Commissioner Mazer.
Well, I'm definitely in favor of not reading it. In my district meetings, we have stopped. Yeah, I mean, or they don't do it, and so I was a little surprised coming onto this board that we read all the way through everything, and so I just, and again, too, I think the transparency is fine, because it's online. Anyone can access it. And actually, if they do access it online, they get more information, so I'm in support of not reading it.
All right, I think we've all had the opportunity to chime in. It sounds like by consensus, the body would like to move away from reading of the consent agenda in our meetings with my opposition, but otherwise we'll go forward. Vice Chair.
Could have put myself down for a vote of I don't care. I was explaining earlier of the process of how municipalities, I wasn't proposing anything as far as it will save about 10 minutes a meeting. You do the math of, we've got some, there's a lot of there's a lot of people that are getting, get paid by the hour or get paid. A lot of the people here are salary, but hourly employees that add up. 5-10 minutes times 2, that's 20 minutes, half hour a month for, you're saving yourself about $3,000 to $5,000, and it's not substantial. So I'm gonna vote I don't care.
Yeah.
I think that's an extension.
All right. So Commissioner Wheeler, we want to continue through. We have,
One last point. I just want to encourage, if there are any folks out there who want us to continue to read it, to reach out and let us know, because we can always go back to reading it. I'm kind of in the same boat as John, as I guess I don't have enough information from the public to make an informed decision, because really we're doing it for the public. So if they want us to do it, I'm happy to do it. If they're like, whatever, like what Commissioner DeLu was saying, that some of his folks were like, what are you guys doing? Then that's fine too.
All right, thank you. Do you need anything further from us at this time on that, administration?
We're very undecisive on that.
I think generally we have a couple in support, a couple who are, and the majority would rather see us not read it. So I think at our next session, unless there are strong feelings otherwise or emotion, it will not be read. Let's go to board chair, committee bodies and assignments. So there were not any significant changes. Most of you asked to continue with your assignments as they were. So those were left in place. I have asked Commissioner Wheeler to come and participate for Board Appointments Committee. And I've also identified myself as an additional alternate for Land Bank and Brownfield, with the other participants still engaged there as well. Okay. Any other changes that are needed or any discussion? Commissioner Kistler?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We'll, I hate to ride Dina like a horse, but will she be issuing an updated version of the changes? I've saved the one that we got. I think I'm even still using the one from 2023, maybe. I'd like to get a new online version. She doesn't have to print it or anything, but I'm capable of that. I'd just like to have it in writing. I still, like things written down.
Good, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. And I sent an email to all commissioners, I think back in December. So for me, I've been on the boards that I'm on currently since 2021, and I would like to have some more experience on the corrections. So if DeLu or Heffler couldn't make something, I would like to get more engaged with that corrections board, because we do have two police officers on there. So to
Yeah, thank you. I missed that that request.
Yeah.
Are either of the gentlemen amiable to allot out that time and allow Commissioner Morales to come and participate?
Oh, sorry.
Myself, I'd kind of like to continue on it. I've been on it for quite a while and, but I'll work with people, so.
Yes, and I'm the liaison as a commissioner. There actually is a police officer on it as a police officer representative. We're not on it as police officers, just as a commissioner.
Yeah. So is it your wish to continue as the designated liaison, or are you open to
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
All right.
All right, so Commissioner Morales, are you open to being identified as an alternate? You can attend the meeting, so.
Yeah, if I can attend, I'm
Okay.
fine. I don't have to, because you don't vote on anything, right? As a delegate. I have a vote. I don't have to vote. I just want to be a part.
Absolutely. So we'll
Okay.
add you to that as
Thank
an
you.
alternate. Thank you for lifting up, and I'm sorry I missed that request. Any others like that, Commissioner Gisler?
Well, this the recent conversation triggered the thought in my head that we can all attend any of the meetings we choose to. We just will not serve as a liaison or an alternate. I've been attending DEI meetings just as a citizen, I guess, interested party. So, if there's something you want to learn about, don't let an appointment from the chair, hinder you to do that. Show up and learn. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's move us forward. We have, anyone have the motion to take us to closed session? Commissioner Wheeler?
I try to keep on it. Okay, there's two tonight, so don't run away after the first one. I move to go into closed session for the purchase of real property pursuant to MCL 15.268D.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Hepler. Any discussion? Clerk, can I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
8 yes.
And the second, I move to go into closed session. Sorry.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. You need to call that vote.
Thank you so much. The motion carries. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you. I move to go into closed session to consider the negotiations of the proposed collective bargaining agreement with AFSME Airport and ABP bargaining units pursuant to MCL 15.268C.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Hepler. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
8 yes.
And motion carries. All right, we'll adjourn to, or we'll head to closed session.
Madam Chair, and we'll adjourn
Thank you,
this too.
Council.
May you please, this meeting will be adjourned until the call of the chair.
Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned until call of the chair, and let's go to closed session. Thank you.
Sure.
We'll call back to order. Commissioner Wheeler.
I make a motion to come out of the first closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by somebody? By Vice Chair, sorry, thank you so much. Any further discussion? All those in favor of coming out of closed session? Do I need a roll call here, council? No, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Wheeler.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of the first closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I make a motion to come out of the second closed session.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor of coming out of the second closed session signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I make a motion to approve the second closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approval of the second closed session minutes, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we have an additional motion. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair.
Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Board of Commissioners, tentative agreements with AFSME Airport and ABP bargaining units. Yes, I moved them. Sorry.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approval of the bargaining agreement signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the proposed purchase agreement with Kalamazoo Twins Hospitality Group for the purchase of real property commonly known as 1912 East Kilgore Road, Portage, Michigan 49002, to be used as a transitional family housing be approved, and that the chair is authorized to execute the agreement on behalf of the Board of Commissioners.
Motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
No.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
You have 7 yes.
That motion carries. Vice Chair Taylor would like a comment. I'll entertain.
Just briefly, thank you, Chair, for allowing me to do this. This is a step. This is not a permanent solution, and I want the community to know that we are, as Administrator said, doing nothing is not an option. However, we are still in search of the perfect, even though this is the good.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Morales, you had? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Board of Commissioners adopt the 2025 Board Chair appointments to advisory committees and bodies as presented and discussed at the January 21, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you for that. We are adjourned. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call us to order for our regular session, January 21st. Begin with item number 1. We have our indication and reflection. I believe this evening Commissioner Mazer will help us with that.
And I'd like to welcome Pastor Brett Laird from Calvary Bible Church.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Sorry. No, that's okay. Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Well, please join me in prayer. Lord God, we come before you on this day, a day where the temperatures, Lord, remind us of how grateful we are for the sun. Lord, your creation, Lord, is a guidepost, a sign to point us from creation to creator. Lord, then you've given each of us a conscience, Lord, to remind us of our need for a savior. Lord, how good you were to give us these signposts. And Lord, how gracious you were to send Christ your son, to die for our sins, to rise from the dead, so that we could have eternal life if we will turn from our sins by faith and believe in you. Lord, I pray for each soul gathered here. Lord, you know their needs. Lord, you know their lives. Lord, having just heard that one among us, Lord, is suffering, mourning, Lord, as a result of human wickedness. Lord, I pray for him. Lord, be with him, Lord, in this time of grief. Lord, minister to his heart. Lord, be with his family, Lord. So I pray for Kevin, Lord, in a very special way, that you would wrap your arms around him this evening. Lord, for all of these dear souls, may they know your love. Lord, may they know your grace manifest, Lord, and displayed, proven on the cross of Christ. Give them wisdom as they make decisions tonight. Lord, bless them in all ways. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you. I'll take us to item number 3. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gisler,
I'm still here.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Gisler,
Yeah, I'm still here too.
Commissioner Hepler,
I'm here too.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. 8 present.
Thank you, Clerk. We'll move forward to item number 4, proclamations. There are none. To item 5, we have communications. Commissioner Mazer, would you like to, well, I'll just read it. There's one. 2025-43 Leelanau County Resolution, support of House Bill 5430 for the expansion of the Michigan Historic Preservation Tax Credit established under Public Act 343 of 2020. That was received. Any other commissioners have communications that they wish to elevate? Commissioner Hepler.
I've received a couple of communications reference to our county fair and the 4-H show that we're going on. I've had several imparted to them that we are working on this. The county board is fully supporting the county fair, and that they're working on a process to create a county fair for Kalamazoo County. So as it is right now, we're going to, at this point in time, continue the 4-H program at the fairgrounds. We are meeting tomorrow night to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hepler. I'll also lift up, I received communication from Ms. Maddie Jordan Woods. Maddie is exploring a grant for the Northside Cultural Development District and will support some additional information to that. I think we'll hear from her this evening, and I hope the board will support a letter in support of that grant that she's exploring with the city of Kalamazoo. So we will hear from her. Any other commissioners? Okay. I'll shut my mic off. I'll get it. Item number 6 is approval of our minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval January 7th, 2025 organizational meeting minutes. Supported by Commissioner Wheeler. I'm sorry, moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any further discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, we'll move to item 7, approval of the agenda. Would entertain a motion to suspend the rules and to take up item 10 at this time, which is unfinished business and general orders.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner DeLu. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so we are going to move prior to public comment. We've made the motion to address it at this time. So we'll go to item 10, the agenda, which is our discussion around the election of the vice chair pro tem. I'll seek nominations from the floor. There is no need to second a nomination. A member does not have to wait to be called on by the chair, but may announce the nomination. That would be in order.
I nominate Commissioner Morales.
I nominate Commissioner Hepler.
We have a nomination for Commissioner Morales and a nomination for Commissioner Hepler, both for the office of Vice Chair Pro Tem. At this time, I'll entertain discussion. I am seeing none. All right, we'll move forward by a vote. We'll go, if we may, Commissioner DeLu, we'll begin with you. We'll come down. Please state which candidate and nomination you are in support, and then clerk will tally the vote.
Commissioner Hepler.
Commissioner Hepler.
Commissioner Hepler.
Commissioner Hepler.
Commissioner Morales.
Morales.
Commissioner Morales.
You have 5 for Hepler and 3 for Morales.
All right, at this time, we see the election of Commissioner Hepler as Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you.
We're happy to have you back. I'm glad you're doing good.
Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
absolutely. Okay, we will go back now to our agenda that takes us to item 8, which is public comment.
I'm sorry,
So-
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Council.
There needs to be an approval of the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So now we'll move forward with the rest of the agenda as presented.
Moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the agenda as presented signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. Thank you. Now we'll go to item 8, public comment. So there's the opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Commissioners. During this time, anyone may address the board on any topic. If you are online and would like to address the board, please add yourself to the queue by raising your hand and dialing *9 on your phone. Once selected, you can unmute yourself by selecting the mute button or dialing *6. Please state your name and where you're from. Certainly, those in chambers can step forward to the podium. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your timer will sound when your time is up. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Ms. Jordan, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Maddie Jordan Woods, and I'm here tonight on behalf as being the chair of the Northside Cultural Business District. In 2018, you guys supported the creation of the Northside Cultural Business District. And tonight we have an opportunity in conjunction with the city of Kalamazoo. So I need to correct, the city of Kalamazoo is applying for the grant funds. It is matching funds with the RAP program from Michigan Economic Development. And it is to continue to add lights on Ransom Street. If any of you have had an opportunity to go up and down there, you see how the street, all the infrastructure, but this is to add more lighting, native plantings, and most important, to do what we call the cultural monuments. And what it is that there'll be 36 of them that will start on Westnedge, and they will go all the way down Ransom Street, and they will depict past and present residents that have lived on the north side, where they're at now, and then businesses like McNulty Elevator that has 3 generations of being there. So that's what the monuments will be, and then the infrastructure on Reverend Wright Court. The grant opportunity says that you have to have matching funds. We were lucky that the city had already voted to do Reverend Wright Court, and since it's in the Northside Cultural Business District, they was allowed to use them as matching funds. And then they asked for, in all honesty, because only about 400,000 is really going towards the monuments. The rest of it is going infrastructure, lighting, native plantings, lights like Bates Court across. And the point is that, again, the purpose is to revitalize the commercial district of the neighborhood, to connect it to Verberg Park, to Martin Luther King Park, and downtown. So I know I talked pretty fast, and I know it's a short notice, but the grant is due January 30th. And so we are asking if you all will send a letter of support from the Board of Commissioners saying that you are in support, you believe in this project, and any questions for me?
Yeah. Would you have a question, Commissioner Morales? No, I don't. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Woods. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other members of the public wishing to make comment? And anyone online, Dina? Okay, seeing none. Seeing none, we'll move forward from public comment to item number 9, our consent agenda.
Chair, I
Commissioner Wheeler?
have offered to read it for Commissioner Razor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wheeler. We'll go ahead and move consent agenda. Thank you.
You are welcome. Okay, under Administration 2024-1466, request for approval of an amended emergency management resolution. 2024-1472, request for approval and signature for amendment to facility master plan contract. 2025-52, request for approval of AIA B101 2017 standard form of agreement between owner and architect between Fishbeck and Kalamazoo County for the purpose of providing for architectural and engineering services for the construction of a parking structure located on 440 North Church Street. And 2, authorize the county administrator controller to execute the agreement. Under the Board of Commissioners, 2024-1485, request for approval of appointments to the Environmental Health Advisory Council. 2024-1484, request for approval of appointments to the Materials Management Planning Committee. 2024-1516, request for approval of appointment to the Parks Commission. 2024-1486, request for approval to remove David Combs from the South Central Michigan Planning Council. 2024-1517, request for approval of appointment to the South Central Michigan Planning Council. 2025-51, request for approval to remove Bridget May from the Fair Council. 2024-1509, request for the review and approval of Young Professionals Plus Initiative, Michigan Works. 2024-1511, request for the review and approval of fiscal year 2025 Trade Adjustment Assistance, Michigan Works. 2024-1512, request for the review and approval of CY 2025 Michigan Works System Plan, MWSP. 2024-1521, request for approval of weather-related disaster relief intergovernment agreement between Kalamazoo County and the City of Portage in the amount of $600,000, leveraging state weather-related disaster funding, and 2, authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. 2024-1522, request for approval of one weather-related disaster relief intergovernmental agreement between this Kalamazoo County and the Charter Township of Pavilion in the amount of $200,000, leveraging state weather-related disaster funding, and two, authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. 2024-1523, request for approval of one weather-related disaster relief intergovernmental agreement between Kalamazoo County and the Charter Township of Texas in the amount of $200,000, leveraging statewide weather-related disaster funding, and two, authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. 2024-1524, request for approval of one weather-related disaster relief intergovernmental agreement between Kalamazoo County and the City of Portage in the amount of $1 million, leveraging state weather-related disaster funding to administer a business disaster relief grant program, and to authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. A few more. 2024-1525, request for approval of one weather-related disaster relief agreement between Kalamazoo County and After the Storm in the amount of $500,000, leveraging state weather-related disaster funding, and two, authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. 2024-1526, request for approval of one weather-related disaster relief agreement between Kalamazoo County and the United Way of South Central Michigan in the amount of $250,000, leveraging state weather-related disaster funding, and two, authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. 2024-1527, request for approval of one weather-related disaster relief agreement between Kalamazoo County and the Kalamazoo Community Foundation in the amount of $250,000, leveraging state weather-related disaster funding, and two, authorize the board chair to execute the agreement, funds to be released upon state remittance. Under the Circuit Court, 2024-1434, request for approval of a grant agreement with Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health to assist in the funding of the Ninth Circuit Court problem-solving courts. 2024-1481, request for approval of a position elimination and creation, and 1482, request for approval of a position elimination and creation. In Finance, 2024-1424, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 24-1465, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, which is housekeeping. Under 2024-1464, request for approval of a position elimination and creation. 2024-1483, request for approval of a 2025 budget position creation, which is housekeeping. Under Health and Community Services, 2024-1440, request for one, acceptance of a caregiver resource center grant amendment, and two, approval for the health officer/director to electronically sign the amendment on the county's behalf through the Michigan e-portal. Under 2024-1487, request for approval and signature of a contract with the City of Portage / the Portage Zing Senior Center. Contract number Senior Mail 2025-27-1. 2024-1488, request for approval and a signature of contract with the City of Portage, Portage Zing Senior Center. This is contract 25-27-2. 2024-1489, request for approval and signature of a contract with Community Homeworks, contract number 25-27-3, and approval for the vendor to utilize subcontractors. 2024-1490, request for approval and signature of a contract with Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, 2025-27-4. 2024-1491, request for approval and signature of a contract with Immencio Senior Center, 25-27-5. 2024-1492, request for approval and signature with of a contract with Elders Helpers, 2024-1493, request for approval and signature of a contract with Guardian Finance and Advocacy Services. 2024-1494, request for approval and signature of a contract with Guardian Finance and Advocacy Services. This is contract number 25-27-8. 2024-1495, request for approval and signature of a contract with Heritage Community of Kalamazoo Foundation. 24-1496, request for approval and signature of a contract with Kalamazoo Valley Habitat for Humanity, and approval for vendor to utilize subcontractors. 1497, request for approval of and signature of a contract with KNHS Home Ownership Services and approval for the vendor to utilize subcontractors. 2024-1498, request for approval and signature of a contract with Legal Aid of Western Michigan. 2024-1499, request for approval and signature of a contract with Lending Hands of Michigan Incorporated. 2024-1500, request for approval and signature of a contract with Medical Care Alert. 2024-1501, request for approval and signature of a contract with Milestone Senior Services and approval for Milestone Senior Services to utilize subcontractors. 2024-1502, request for approval and signature of a contract with Shepherd's Center of Greater Kalamazoo. 2024-1503, request for approval and signature of a contract with South County Community Services. 2024-1504, request for approval and signature of a contract with Tandon's Advanced Pharmacy Incorporated. This is contract 25-27-18. 2024-1505, request for approval and signature of a contract with Tandon's Advanced Pharmacy Incorporated. This is contract number 25-27-19. 2024-1506, request for approval and signature of a contract with Thrive Adult Day Center. 2024-1507, request for approval and signature of a contract with WMU Center for Disability Services. Under Housing, 2024-1400, request for approval and signature of a housing fund agreement with Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing Services for an employer-assisted housing program. 2024-1513, request for approval and signature for a housing funding agreement with Car & Car Real Estate in the amount of $360,000. 2024-1514, request for approval and signature for amendment to a grant agreement with Young Women's Christian Association for their 2023 Housing Millage Award. Human Resources, 2024-1435, request for approval of resolution statement referencing statement of administrative policies and procedures, domestic relations matters. Under the Sheriff, 2024-1470, request for approval of and signature on professional services agreement with Rivertown Painting and Construction. 2024-1508, request for approval of and signature on professional services agreement with Mao Pharmacy Incorporated, doing business as Westwood Pharmacy. I move that all of these items be voted as one item at once, or something like that.
Good. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There is one abstention, so I abstain from this vote. There's a contract for Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health that I just didn't pull from the consent agenda, so I will abstain from the vote on this item in that regard. All right. With that, the motion carries. Okay, that was a really long one because our last meeting was organizational meeting where we just didn't have so much cooking. And our administration's been busy at work. So thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. All right, let us go forward now to item number 10, unfinished business. And I'm sorry, we did number 10 already. We'll now go to item 11. New business, non-consent. Entertain a motion to move Board of Commissioners adopt the 2025 board chair appointments to the advisory committees bodies as presented. Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, that brings us back to item 12. Yes, thank you, Vice Chair.
One of the audience members spoke tonight about pressing time and urgency, and all we have to do is a letter of support. So I would make a motion that we authorize our board chair to write a letter of support for the Northside Historical District and support.
Good. Thank you. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. And thank you. I was just intending to move it forward at members' time, but we certainly can take it here. There is a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the board signing letter of support for the Northside Cultural District grant application signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. Yay. Okay, so now we'll move forward to item number 12, which brings us back to public comment. Again, this is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board, either in person or online. If you're online, you can raise your hand by *9, unmute yourself with *6. Please share your name and where you live. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. An audio timer will sound when your time is up. This is again an opportunity to provide feedback in a respectful and professional manner. Any members of the public wish to come forward? Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Beth McCann with Kalamazoo Neighborhood Housing. Matt Milzarek and I come as a duo here to thank you all for the funding for both the senior millage and for this fabulous program that we're going to start for employer assistance. We're very grateful to all of you and to Mary and to Willa for helping us get this off the board. Employer assisted programs are going to be a big help in this community for people getting housing. And it's sort of the rage right now. And we're very appreciative to be able to administer this program. We've done a very similar program with Bronson and the city of Kalamazoo for a number of years. And it really does make a difference when your employer is behind you and wanting you to stay in the community and have a house. So in addition to that, I'd like to thank the county for being on board with that, and the city of Portage and the city of Kalamazoo. So we are really off to our second year of funding and finding those employers to be a part of it. And we have a pretty good list to start. So we think this is going to be a really successful program. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yes, I wanted to second that, and also thank the great folks at the Area for Aging here at the county. It's been great to work with them, obviously, in addition to the housing team sitting behind me here. We did about 50 roofs in Kalamazoo County last year, and a lot of that was due in large part support from the county, both housing millage and senior millage. So it's vital funding, and I know our customers greatly appreciate all your support in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other members of the public wishing to make public comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to thank you again for supporting us, and looking forward to you all seeing what we're doing with that district. It will start bringing in more tax dollars, putting vacant land to use. So I'll be back. Bye-bye.
Excellent. Okay. Let's see, with that brings us to reports of officers, bodies, and administrator and controller. So I have to just really want to celebrate our board tonight, our housing department. We moved forward this evening to solidify an opportunity for Kalamazoo County to have a new transitional housing plan for families without shelter. And I think there are a lot of reasons when we look around at the most vulnerable in our community to not act. We can fear, we can blame, we can hedge, we can delay, we can, what if we could think of something that might be better instead of moving forward with what can be. And this board tonight took the steps to really move forward in a meaningful way at a time when you walk outside today and spend just a few moments outside and feel it creep into your extremities. This cold is bitter out there right now, but it's bitter when it's 30 and you have to stay outside for extended periods of time. No one in our community should suffer in that circumstance, and certainly no families should be suffering. This summer, I spent hours at Bronson Park working on some voter registration, and I shared this story with this board earlier. And we spent the afternoon, my daughter spent most of the afternoon playing with young children her age, about 4 of them, who were homeless. And they spent all day in the park. And we had some tablecloth that we had been using for our event, and the children put them on as capes and were playing around. The other thing the children wanted to do with them is lay them down on the ground because they wanted to have their own bed on the grass in the park. Well, we just helped 80 families have a bed that they could sleep in. And we're going to show this community how we can help people stabilize and succeed, and that when we support each other, we don't have to fear each other. And I'm very proud of this board for taking that step. I'm proud of our staff for the work and advocacy that they've done for administration. And I look forward to the work ahead. That's a big success tonight. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree with you. This is a step in the right direction, but this board's not done yet. We know that this is, as I said, a step in the right direction, but that's not going to fulfill the need. 80 families is not the amount of homeless population that we have. It is far greater than that. And we're going to need a collaborative approach to have a real big picture as we come into the next 3 to 5 to 6 years, or however long it takes to really solve this problem locally. It's going to take all of our community partners together, not just one governmental entity, but every single one of them to come together to look at resources, to look at ways that we can make this better. And I agree with our chair that this is a step in the right direction, but we're not done yet. We need to find wraparound services with a housing first model that gets people off the street, that helps people become productive members of society. And I'm committed to that. That is, not only is it the moral thing to do, it's the economic, conservative, smart thing to do, because we can't waste resource after resource after resource on a broken system that shuffles people in and out of the hospitals, shuffles people in and out of our jails. When we can look at a solution with housing first and a wraparound model, we're gonna help a lot more people. So while I share the chair's sentiment that this is a step in the right direction, and I am proud of this board for doing that, it's not the end all be all. And we can and should look for bigger and better things moving forward. One of the things that I'm going to be pushing the next couple of meetings, it has been implemented in practice, but our responsible contractor policy, we've implemented in practice. We're working out the kinks, but we're going to be able in the next couple of meetings to put that forward for a vote so that we can show our friends and colleagues in labor that we value local and that we're using our tax dollars to help local companies. That's one of the things. One of the other things, it's bitterly cold out there, and I applaud the city of Kalamazoo for their hotel vouchers. And if there's anything that we can do in the future, I hope that we are asked. With that, that's it.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. First off, let me reach out and thank all those folks that have reached out to me while I was off with one of our local hospitals getting some major surgery. I appreciate everybody's support and their kindness and reaching out to me and sharing that their prayers were with me. And I want to thank all of them and all of you for putting up with me being gone for a week or so here while I am recovering and whatnot. But it means a lot. I got a lot of cards and letters. This is not something that I planned. It was like on Monday, they said, hey, we'll see you Friday, and we're going to be doing surgery. So it was a bit of a traumatic situation. So I appreciate that. I want to also mention tonight, we talked about the opioid situation. Our Lindy Smith, our assistant administrator, has done a lot of work. They had a committee, and many of the board members that are sitting here have been on that. And we had a lot of good input tonight from you folks in helping create a program that we hope to sustain and grow down the road. So my hats are off to this board, and in our administration. We've got a lot on our plates and we're working hard. I'm very happy to see we're moving ahead with our parking structure. We're way behind, but we're going to catch up. So I hope to continue to be a part of that as Commissioner or Vice Chair Taylor and myself want to continue to move that project forward. That's going to be huge for this community. I applaud the community with their ideas for better lighting, better situations on the north side. Those are all making Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. But I also want to reach out that we've got a whole county that we need to work on. We need to make housing good for Schoolcrafts and the Vicksburgs and the Augustas and the Richlands and the Climaxes, all of our partners in government. We need to support each other, work together to collaborate and make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. And please keep in your prayers our men and women who protect us abroad, those who protect us here in our community and in our state, our firemen, our policemen out there in this kind of weather, trying to keep us safe and all those types of things. All of our people that are out plowing the streets to try to keep them clear so that we can get to work and school and all the things that we need to do. So keep them in their prayer, keep them in your prayers. Reach out to our administrator and his loss and our strong support for you and your family in this hour of deep need. And our prayers are with you. Thank you.
Sorry, with that, Administrator Catlin.
Well, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. First of all, I do want to say welcome back to Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. We know that you've served as a public servant and first responder for quite some time, and so we know that you're resilient. We knew you'd be back, so we're glad that you're back and that you're hopefully healthier than before, and continue to look forward to working with you. I want to say just a couple of things, and I have one update, but I guess a couple of things. One, I certainly want to thank the Board of Commissioners in this really dark time for our family. There are a lot of things I could say, but one of the things that I shared with my immediate staff and my dear friends and coworkers during our meeting last week is just a quote about domestic violence, and I think that you should certainly just hug your loved ones a little bit closer, and and just care about those around you. But the quote is that no one should live in fear. It is not acceptable, not inevitable, and together we can make it stop. My situation and my sister is something that's just unimaginable, obviously, and it's just heartbreaking and quite it's just devastating for our family. I've told folks, and I don't post on Facebook ever, and so when I do post, it's unfortunately probably for things like this, and so it's devastating that I had to share, and it's a public post. My Facebook is locked down. I'll make a joke about that. It is locked down, but you can certainly see that post, and I wanted to post for my sister because she deserves that. She did not deserve what was dealt to her, and so. What I appreciate about Kalamazoo County when I started here, and the reason why we chose Kalamazoo County was because how welcoming it is, and how much people care about each other. And even tonight, prayer was shared, and I just appreciate that about this community, that everyone is so supportive, and we were able to plan a great recognition memorial service for my sister. And anyway, I just had to express that I enjoy being here. I enjoy serving this community and the people that are here to support me and my family during this difficult time. The first thing I always say when I go home to Illinois is because I lost an older brother. I'm just going into too much personal detail, but I think that nonetheless, I love my sister, and she will be dearly missed. Just never forgotten. Every time I go home, I always ask about her, and when is she going to be here? When is she going to arrive? So it's just devastating. So, like I said, just thank you for the support. This is greatly appreciated from everyone. Truly appreciated. I just like I said, I love you all and appreciate you, and please just anyone here, like I've told my staff, and we'll share with anyone, even publicly. If you don't have anyone to talk to, certainly talk to me. Talk to anyone. There's a lot of people there that want to help, and so I just wanted to share that with folks tonight. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. So again, it's a devastating loss, and we like I said, we just feel supported, and I want to share that and just share my thanks publicly, because folks have been extremely just pleasant to us and nice. So I want to share that. The only update I have, obviously, I wanted to share that, staff have been obviously working very hard. You can see and tell by the agenda tonight, it was packed. We don't stop working, and obviously we're in the pursuit of extraordinary governance. So we do live by that. One thing that has not made its way on the agenda is an adjustment for retiree wages. And so that's been a discussion that actually started a little bit late last year. Championed by some obviously retirees, former sheriffs, and some other folks that actually served in county administration through the finance department. So we will have that discussion. We'll take up a discussion hopefully on the 4th. Our GRS, which is our actuarial provider, they will provide a supplemental actuarial to better inform you all to make an informed decision either way, if it's a no or some sort of an adjustment. And so we will probably have some proponents in our session on the 4th, probably the former sheriff, Tom Edmonds, and some other Mike Anderson, another former sheriff, and probably Bill Dundon, our former finance director, who will share some insight on why they're championing an increase for retirees in that system, in our pension system. And this would be just for consideration for the Kalamazoo County employees, not including the ISK or road commissions. So we'll present some information to board leadership on the 27th about that, and hopefully be able to have a discussion on the 4th. And so that's all I have this evening. Appreciate you indulging me. I took some privilege tonight, but I think that folks needed to, I think, for me, serving in the position that I serve in, is seeing, a county leader being vulnerable. I think that, my sister, oh, goodness gracious, anyway, just thank you. And so that's all I have, unless you have any questions about the item I just shared or any other county business. Thank you.
Administrator Catlin, I think what you're about to lift up, maybe I can expound on, thank you for sharing your vulnerability with us. And I want to recognize, I don't know, the community probably isn't aware, and this board really at our last session weren't even really aware. You were trying to deal with hearing parts of this information while we were in session, last time, and you committed to your effort for this board. You supported us through that meeting, even as tragedy was unfolding in your own life. And sharing your vulnerability here tonight, every tragedy like this is a call to action. And I've shared with you in the past, I'm a survivor of domestic violence, that we have opportunity. We've talked through some opportunities. And, you know, your sister, I'm sure you've made her so proud with the work that you have already done and that you will do. And we'll continue to advance the safety for people in this community. People like your sister will ensure that that moves forward. Thank you so much for all you are and all you do. We're really proud of you. Oh, all right. With that, I believe we move to member time. Can I start with you, Commissioner
Of
Wheeler?
course, yes. Thank you, Chair. I don't have much tonight. Just want to say how proud I am of this board. The compassion that each and every one of you have for our community and for our employees is very heartwarming, and it makes me really proud to be a part of this board. So thank you, and continue doing what you do.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Administrator, for your vulnerability, for, you know, sometimes when, especially in our Black community, when we get to a certain level, we think that it couldn't happen to us. And the fact that you and your husband went public and you got so much support just shows how well you are appreciated and loved in this community. And I think for the first time on this board, everybody is holding back tears or, you know, wiping tears. It's tragic. And I hope the outcome is not good for this monster who couldn't control their emotions. And that leads me to why I support the YWCA and our other community partners that have safe havens for women who are dealing with domestic violence. It's serious. Needs to be some stronger laws in place, but we deserve to be protected as women. So thank you. To our housing director, thank you, appreciate you. Just like we support our administrator and our community partners, as KNHS is here, Maddie Jordan is here.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
Siri, I did not talk to you. I didn't even call her. So as we move forward, I always say in our meetings that Kalamazoo is going to be the staple. We're going to be on the map for what we provide for our county. Transitional housing. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it as that. Welcome back. I'm glad your surgery went well. Congratulations on being reappointed to your position. I said I would fight. Y'all know how I feel about DEI. And as folks understand, and dear Miss in the Black community, we say sometimes it's your own people, sometimes it's your own people. So thank y'all and have a good night.
Commissioner Mazur.
Well, first of all, Kevin, I want you and your family to know that you're in my prayers, and thank you for reaching out and letting us know. Then I'd also like to thank Pastor Brett for venturing out in this cold weather. We appreciate your coming. Thank you. And Mary, you did a great job too. Okay.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, I can't help but be at a loss for words, knowing what you are. Well, I don't know what you're going through, but it's got to be devastating. Thank you for being the guy that you are.
And you're a stronger person than I am. I can't even look at you, so sorry about that. Welcome back, Commissioner Hepler. I'm glad you're back with us. And Chair Strabs, you did a great job as chairing your first regular meeting. So thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I meant to bring this up, but I saw a quote recently, and I think I shared it once before, that we all need to learn to live together as brothers, or we're gonna die as fools. And I think it's appropriate because that was said by Martin Luther King. And it's something that we all need to learn to talk about in our diversity, in our equity, in our community, in our people. So please keep that in mind and keep everybody in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, there's nothing